Hey there, friend, it's the end of the day. Put the worries and the stress away. Light a candle, grab your drink, let's slow it down. Take time to think, it's wind down time. Do what feels right. Read a little book or journal by candlelight. Sip some wine or tea or just breathe deep. We're here to vibe, not lose sleep. So welcome in, you've made it through. This little space is just for you. Whatever you need, you're not alone. It's one down time, let's feel at home.
Hello, welcome to Wind Down Wednesday. How is everyone doing? What is everyone up to on this fine Wednesday evening? How's your week been? A little midweek check-in. What is everyone going to be doing, reading, not doing? I'm still reading the favorites. How far into this am I? I am 76% in, so almost finished. I'd like to finish this tonight. I don't know how realistic that is, but that will be my goal, is to try to finish this, or at least get as close to finish as possible. And then maybe if there's like I don't know, 20, 30 minutes left or something, I can just finish it tomorrow when I'm on the train on my way to work. And then I can finally be done with this book. And then I can move on to No Exit. No Exit is the next book on my list to read this month, which I've heard good things about. So hopefully I end up enjoying that as well. But yeah, so that's what I'm reading. I am back with our alcohol-free wine. Oh, what happened? Oh my gosh. Okay. I must have spilled it or something, because there is wine all on the bottom of this bottle, and this bottle is sitting on my white desk. Let's clean that up before this stains. I'm glad I picked it up so I could show it to you guys. Otherwise, I would have had no idea that it was doing that, and I probably would have had a very ugly red stain on my white desk. I don't know why that happened or how that happened. 'Tis very strange. Anyway, there's like wine all down the front of this now. Maybe it's the way it was sitting in the refrigerator or something. I don't know. For you can't even like see. For those of you who weren't here last week to be able to see what the bottle was and the brand and stuff. I mean, this is what it looks like now. I don't know what happened. One of the things that I will say that I like about this, though, still, where is the wine coming from? Like, what is happening right now? I don't understand. Now my hands are sticky because I have wine all over my hands. Huh. I'll have to check the refrigerator to see if there's wine like that spilled somewhere in the refrigerator. Like literally all over my hands. Oh my gosh, my hands are so sticky. I'm gonna have to wash my hands during the sprint. But one of the things I like about the alcohol-free wine is that with regular wine, once you open it, you kind of need to finish it within like a day or two because the taste is gonna change and stuff like that. But with this, that doesn't happen. It tastes the exact same day as it tasted last week. So yep, tastes exactly the same. So if you're looking to, if you're the kind of person that doesn't finish wine quickly enough, there you go. This will last you a lot longer than a regular bottle of wine. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have going on tonight. I have my painting. Ooh, forgot I stuck this in the back of it. But yeah, I have my painting, so I'm still working on this. So I'll work on this while I listen tonight, see how far I can get. I'm gonna try to finish this painting tonight. It's not much left. I think I only have like 2 colors up. I think I just have to do 4 and 7. Oh, and 1. So yeah, I think that's doable, but I can finish this tonight. I'm very excited for dinner. I have some fish that I'm gonna make for dinner, but it's like, I mean, I always eat fish for dinner, but it's like where I got the fish from. I got it from Sprouts. Normally I get fish from like Target, but like when I want to treat myself, I'll get fish from Sprouts because it's more expensive, but it also tastes better. So I'm excited to make my fish tonight. But yeah, it's gonna be a super chill night, honestly. There's not a whole lot going on. We're gonna get some reading done or whatever it is that you guys are working on. We're gonna get some stuff done. And it's just gonna be a super chill night. Let's jump into the comments and see how you guys are doing and what you're planning on getting up to tonight. Hello, Glenda. How are you? Welcome in. Hello to Sadia. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Lexi. Need to do some editing today. I have 2 hours. Ooh. Is this for a vlog? I'm assuming it must be a vlog if it's 2 hours of raw footage. Whatever I was reading last week, I finished. Okay, let's see. What was it? What were you reading? Oh, is my keyboard connected? Oh, it's probably not connected. JK. So I have one keyboard that I connect to like 4 different laptops. So I have my streaming laptop. I have my regular laptop that I do basically like everything else on. And I have a gaming laptop, which is kind of broken. It's the only reason why I still have it is because it's kind of broke. I really need to like sell it or like find some kind of way to get rid of it because it really doesn't work right. And then I have like my work laptop. So this one keyboard connects to all of them. So I have to remember to like switch the modes. And I was just working obviously earlier today. So it was connected to my work laptop instead of being connected to the laptop that I'm on right now. So let's see. Lexi, you were reading Ruthless Fae. How was that? And then what are you reading now? Hello, Katie. How are you? Welcome, welcome. What are you up to today? Hello, Jeannie. How are you? Hello to Katie, Lexi, Jeannie, and Sadia. Hello to Neil. Seem to have caught some sort of virus, but I'm hoping to read some before I fall asleep. Oh, no. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, there's something that's definitely been going around. And I thought that when I got sick last month, that it was just like a fluke or whatever. But apparently a lot of people have been getting sick. There's definitely something going around, some type of virus. And I don't know how true this part is, but I saw something on social media that was saying that like this virus is, I forget what they said, like what they called it. But basically it's like this like monster virus type thing where it's like even once you're better, like your symptoms never fully go away, if that makes sense. So like the fact that I was sick the week of Christmas, right? It is now, we're halfway through January and I still have this cough. So I was like, yep, I think I have whatever they're talking about. But I hope that you feel better. Hello, Bree. How are you? Welcome in. I'm going to be listening to Get a Life, Chloe Brown. Ooh, nice. Let's see. Get a Life, Chloe Brown. Excellent. Oh, also, let me take this off the list. I'm assuming you finished Buried Magic by now, but let us know if you didn't. Also, what games are you playing? I want to finish today's section of The Talent Sister first. About 20 pages left. Okay, excellent. I think you were reading that last week, right? I'm pretty sure I have this in here already. Yep. Halfway through An Arcane Inheritance by Camilla Cole. Enjoying a good time with this dark academia book. Nice. Let's see. What were you reading last time, Glenda? You were reading that citizenship book. How was that? Let's see. An Arcane Inheritance. Excellent. Hello, Paco. How are you? Are you working today? Hello to Bree, Paco, and to Neil. Hello to Glenda. Just getting off work. Got a roast in the crock pot for dinner. Nice. I've got a list of chores to do tonight. Lately, I'm listening to The Tempest Blade by Daniel Jensen. Nice. Let's see. Did you finish The Swan Daughter? Let's see. Tempest Blade. I've not heard of this book before. I don't know why, but for some reason I just reminded myself. Last night I was talking to my friend, and so I talked to him on Sunday, like briefly, and he was like, "When I see you on Tuesday, like we need to talk or something like that." He said, and I was like, "About what?" And he was like, "Nothing. I just need some book recommendations." I was like, "Oh, okay. Like, why'd you say it like that?" So then we talked last night. When I saw him last night, he was like, he told me, he was like, "So I read this book," and I'm like, "Okay." I'm listening. We're like eating cake. I'm listening, and he's like, "I read a book called Alchemize," and immediately I was like, "Okay," like because in my mind I'm like, "I've heard of this book. This is a pretty popular book." And then like it took me a couple seconds to process, and like he was talking, and I don't even know what he said because I was still processing, and I was like, "Wait, why did you read this book?" This is not a book for you. Like this is not a book you would enjoy. I was very confused. He was like, exactly. Then he started to go on about how he didn't understand what was going on, and it was like a lot for him. And I was just like, yeah, this is not a book that I would have recommended for you. I don't know why. He was like, this has like 4 stars on Goodreads. Like what? Like how does it have this high of a rating? Da 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 da. I was like, this book was not for you, sir. They didn't make this one for you. It was so funny. Like, his reaction to it was hilarious. I was like, oh dear. Hello, Mel. How are you? Listening to the Bandit Queens. Why did I feel like you read this already? I don't know why I thought that. Did you start reading this a long time ago and like not finish it, or is this a reread? I don't know. For some reason, I feel like you read this before. Are you still working on War and Peace? I know that's what you were trying to get through that. And what was the other one that you were trying to get through? Oh, was it the Count of Monte Cristo? I think you said you wanted to start after you finished War and Peace. I think that's what it was. Let's see. Bandit Queen. There we go. Okay. It's where I read this very big series and then I'm breaking down all the lore in the universe. Ooh, nice. What series is it? This only covers books 4 through 6. Ooh, of what series? Hello to Mel. Hello to Glenda. Ruthless Fate. Okay, 4 stars. Not bad. Not bad. Doing it as okay as possible. But I've been reading. Well, that's good. You're doing better than me. I've not been reading. I was talking to this girl at the gym, and we were talking about books or whatever, and she was saying like her friend read like 25 books last year, and I was like, oh, that's good. And she was just like blown away. She was like, I can't believe she read 25 books. And then in my mind, I'm like, well, I read 75, so I don't want to tell you that I read that many. If you're, acting like that over 25, I don't want to tell you that I read 75. She was like, I only finish like 2 books a year, and then I was just like, listen, that's okay. And the reality is that the number of books that I read per year has also gone down significantly because I think I read like 100 books the year before. So I went down by like 25, which is kind of a lot. And at that rate, that means that I'm only going to finish 50 books this year. My reading has slowly been going down, down, down. But part of that is I blame Margaret because Margaret introduced me to Dimension 20, and that is what I spend my free time doing instead of reading. So it's partially her fault. Currently reading Blood Slaves and Enchanted Greenhouse. Were you reading Blood Slaves? Somebody else was reading that. Was that you? No, it was not. But somebody else was reading this in the last couple of weeks. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Glenda, actually. I can't remember. Blood Slaves. Enchanted Greenhouse. Perfect. Hello, Melanie. Worn out from work, so I probably won't be in an actual reading sprint until the 3rd or 4th, depending on how long y'all go. All good, all good. There's some viral things going around at work that I caught last week for a couple of days, and now a stomach bug is going around. Oh my gosh, yeah. Definitely like mask up, like take your vitamin C, do what else? Oregano oil, like do all the things because there is something, I think there are multiple things going around right now. So definitely like protect yourself because it was not a fun time. It was not. I can tell you firsthand, it was not a fun time. So I hope that everyone is staying healthy, social distance, put your mask on, like all the things. I feel like if we learned nothing else from the pandemic, It's how to like what to do when there's something going around. I feel like we're all like we know what to do now, like social distance, put on a mask, vitamin C, all the things. Just started. Okay, reading War and Peace. Finished. Okay, which was disappointing. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I thought that you were gonna like that one. Haunting Danielle is a series. Oh, okay. I've never heard of this before. Book 37. What? 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 Okay, I'm gonna have to watch this video because what the heck is this series about that it has 37 books? Also, Lexi, I was thinking about you over the weekend because I was watching Titanic. I wasn't really watching it, but it was like on in the background. And I remembered the presentation that you did, and I was like, I wonder if I can find that video that she did because I kind of want to watch it again. Look like the presentation video that you did. I kind of want to watch that again. Set my reading goal to be lower this year. Smart. Just don't want the pressure. Yep. That is incredibly intelligent. I actually did not set a goal at all this year. I was like, you know what? We're not making any commitments. I commit to nothing. Hello, Jamie. How are you? Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. I thought I was gonna like, yeah, the characters were insufferable. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Episode 1. Okay. I'm gonna have to go check this out because I need to know what is this. I've never heard of this series. The fact that it has 37 books, what the actual heck? Episode. Oh, nice. Okay. I mean, if it's a recap, it's a recap. You know. I feel like people would rather listen to or watch 90 minutes than to have to read like the whole book. I mean, I don't know how long the book is, but hello to Jamie. Okay. I'll have to go looking for it because I was definitely thinking about that over the weekend. Hello to Mel. Was learning about Titanic with a coworker last week. Yeah. I think about it. I don't know if I told you this or not. I feel like I did, right? Well, I didn't even say what it is yet, but I feel like I've told you this. But I actually found out that there is a person who was on the Titanic, and that person makes like a 2-second like appearance in the movie. But that person's actually related to me, and I was like, oh my gosh, we was on the Titanic. Oh my gosh. Episode 1, it's just books. Okay. Okay, 250 pages. Not bad. Okay. We get introduced. Whoa. See, do you do one of those videos? I haven't watched any of these, but I know that I think I have it saved in my watch later. And I probably saved it in my watch later like 2 years ago and never watched it. But there was a video that I saw someone did for like the what is it called? I don't know what the universe is called, but the one that's like Evelyn Hugo, Daisy Jones, Malibu Rising, like that universe. Somebody did a video where they like talked about, I think I might have watched part of the video, but I definitely didn't finish it. They talked about like all the different characters that were in the universe and like where they show up in the different books. And they kind of had like the red string situation, or maybe it was a whiteboard or something with like a bunch of arrows or whatever. Did you do it like that? With the mind? Yeah. Exactly. And I think they did another one. It wasn't the same person, but I think somebody else did something similar to that with the Vampire Diaries, but I don't think I ever watched that video either. I think it's saved somewhere in my save for later from like years ago, and I just never watched it. I have my map on my computer. Updated during the video. The burger, excellent. I love this. I hope to read more chunky books this year, which will end up with me reading fewer books, even if I read the same number of pages. Yeah, that's a good goal. Mine is just an app on my computer. Okay. I'm gonna have to check this out. This sounds cool. It sounds fun. Even though I've never read this series, never heard of it. It sounds fun. All right. Oops. We are going to jump into our first sprint. I need to share my screen. There we go. Perfecto. Oh, what just happened? There we go. Okay. That's the title of episode 1. I read this 30+ book series, so you don't have to. Love it. Absolutely love it. Happy Thursday morning. We'll be reading. Ooh, nice. Speaking of Alice Feeney, I also learned this week, maybe I'm late to the party, that the Alice Feeney book, His and Hers, got adapted. And I think it's on Netflix. Don't quote me on that. It's on something. And I have not read this book, but I think I may have to add that to my January TBR because I want to watch the movie because the main character is Tessa Thompson, who I think is a phenomenal actress. So I definitely want to check that out. So you saying that just reminded me that I need to add His and Hers to my TBR. But Rock Paper Scissors was really good. I had a really great time reading that book. The show is out. Yep. Oh, it's a show. Okay, I thought it was a movie. Ooh, it's 6 episodes on Thursday. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was a movie. Okay, it's a show. Okay, so it is on Netflix. Okay, I wasn't sure. I assumed that it was because I thought that's what I remember hearing, but I was like, don't quote me on that. I might be wrong. But yeah, I definitely want to check that out. So I need to add that. So I need to read No Exit first because I have to read that for book club, and then I need to read His and Hers. I'm excited. I'm trying to remember. I feel like there were some other books that I wanted to read this month because it was like, winter themed stuff, but now I can't remember what they are. All I can think about is those two. But all right, I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading or doing whatever it is. Oh, what does it say? Recently, change the ship that rescued the passengers. Looking up Titanic, you'll find it. Ooh, okay, cool, nice. My favorite conspiracy. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the conspiracy about like why the Titanic sank and the people that were on the boat that they wanted to go down with the boat, but that's my favorite conspiracy when it comes to the Titanic. And then there's also the conspiracy about the fact that the Titanic wasn't even actually the Titanic. It was what was it called? The Britannica or something like that. I forget what it was called. Hello to Vasantha. Oops, what just happened? There we go. All right, let's jump into the sprint. I'll see y'all back here in an hour. Happy reading or doing whatever it is you're going to be doing for the next hour. And we are back. I almost missed that fact that we were back. I was in the middle of like trying to finish up this um painting, and I was also in the middle of recording an audio message to send to somebody. And I looked up and it was like 18 seconds left. I'm like, oh, gotta go. I'll finish this message later. Bye. But I did finish my painting, mostly finished. The last thing that I have to do is like all the white stuff, like the background is white, so I have to do that. But normally I don't do that. I think I talked about this the last time I did a painting where I was just like, I don't feel like doing the white. So like I'll just use the white paint to cover up, well, you can't even see it on camera, but like there's a bunch of like little 4s everywhere. So I'll just use the white paint to cover up the number 4 so that you can't see that. But I think for the rest of it, I don't think I'm going to paint the whole, because everything that you see that's left is supposed to be white. So it's like, I could just leave it like this. So that's probably what I'm going to do. I'll just cover up the little 4s and that'll be that. But otherwise, I finished and I managed to make it. Let's see, where am I at? I am now at 85%. So I have probably, I'm going to say like an hour, maybe a little over an hour, like an hour and 5 minutes, hour and 10 minutes, something like that left. I mean, technically I have 2 hours and 10 minutes left, but because I'm listening to it at 2 times speed, in real time, it's probably about an hour that I have left. So I'm thinking that maybe I can finish this tonight. We'll see. We'll see. Because I'm definitely going to listen to this while I'm making dinner. But I don't know if I'm going to listen to it while I'm eating dinner. I might, because I kind of want to watch more Dimension 20. So I might listen to this while I'm cooking and then watch Dimension 20 while I'm eating. But then when we do the sprint after that, depending on what time it is, once we start the third sprint, I'll decide whether or not that'll be the last sprint or if we'll do another one after that. But I think maybe I can finish it on the third sprint. We'll see. We shall see. But how did everyone else do? Oh, I forgot to mark where we left off. Where did we leave off? I think here. It says, yes, the Britannica. Okay, so that was what it was called. I couldn't remember. One of the conspiracy theories is that they switched the ships, purposefully sunk it for insurance because the Britannica was already having failures. Yep, that is one of the theories. There's another theory, and I don't remember exactly what it is, but it has something to do with, I was gonna say it has something to do with money, but like, duh. It has something to do with the people. There were people that were on that ship that were really, really rich, and that I think there were people on the ship that were against the idea of creating the Federal Reserve. And so they needed to get rid of those people so that they could pass whatever bill, law, whatever that like created the Federal Reserve. So that's another conspiracy, and that's actually probably one of my favorites, honestly. I think that one is quite fun. But yeah, so there's all kinds of Titanic conspiracies, and they're great. Hello, Mai. How are you? Been a minute since I caught this one. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Gonna try to finish up hot singles in your area. Ooh, what's that? That sounds very interesting. Tell us more. I forgot my keyboard is asleep. Wake up. Yeah, tell us more. I need to know. Let's see. Hot singles in your area. I like that. I like that title. Hello to Mai. Hello, Cherie. TikTok derailed me, and now I'm reading Guess Again by Charlie Donnelly. I'm at 20%. Ooh, Guess Again. What genre is that? It sounds like it's going to be like a mystery or a thriller or something. Did you finish The Liar I Married? How was that? Guess Again. Hello, Cherie. Hello, Lachette. How are you? Welcome in. Hello to Lachette. Hello, Lily. How are you? Hello to Glenda. Reading a short story. Oh, Spicy Little Curses. That one. So I think there's 6 altogether, right? That's part of that collection. I think I read the first 4, 3 or 4. But out of the ones that I read, that one was my favorite. So I hope that you enjoy that one. Oops. See. Spicy Little Curses. Nice. Finish hot singles in your. Oh, nice. So weird. One of the weirdest books I've ever read, but I liked it. Don't ask me what happened. What is like the? Let me just look this up. I was gonna say, what is the concept? What is the premise? That's not it. This is a music album. I'm looking for a book. Oh, this cover is weird. It's a horror book. That's not what I was expecting at all. This completely, now I'm confused. this is not at all what I was expecting I was going to be walking into. I thought it was going to be like some like cute like, romance, rom-com, contemporary drama something. Not a horror. It also has 2.5 stars on Goodreads. So if that's telling you anything. And this came out last year. Noah desperately needs a new job that involves less blood and piss than his current one. Okay. So when he spots an ad for a newspaper with no experience preferred, he puts on his good shirt, marches down to their average-looking office to unknowingly sign his life away. I don't know how you say this name. Is this Malachi? Is the only human left in the city of silence, and she spends her time wandering its empty, bone-filled streets. Till one day she finds a lone figure hunched over a typewriter, his fingers enmeshed with keys. Could he be the answer to finding her lost love? Propelled by their pursuits for rent money and truth, Noah and Malachi are pushed to their limits in this tightly plotted satire of occupational hazards and conglomerate powers. Okay. This does not surprise me that the rating is what it is based on that description. That's not at all what I was expecting. Fully thought it was going to be like some kind of like. Have you guys ever heard of what is that book called? Playing with Matches. Who's the author of that? Hannah Orenstein, I think is the author. If anybody's read that, that was kind of like what I had in mind. Like those were the vibes that I was expecting based on a title called Hot Singles in Your Area. This is very different. Very different than what I was imagining. Took a shower, did some editing. Nice. Thanks. Thanks. Thank you so much. Yeah. This was one of the ones that I want to think I started this before Christmas, but then when December rolled around, I wanted to do something that was like, kind of like winter themed. So I put this one down and then finally came back around to it. And now I finally finished it. Hello to Lexi. Finished today's section of Talon Sister. Did today's Duolingo. Then went rogue on my TBR and finished or listened to the first chapter of Slayers, a Buffyverse story. Nice. We love when we go rogue. Also, let me update that. Oh, did you finish The Faded and also Murder Cheesecake or something like that? I don't know if I wrote that wrong or not. Let me see. Slayer. Excellent. Moving on to Empire of the Dawn on page 88 of 768. Ooh, that is a chunker. 768. Love that for you. Let's see. Empire of the Dawn. Is that related to the Empire of the Vampire book? Is that part of that series? This title sounds familiar, but I can't figure out why. Listen to 9%. Nice. Got my dishes washed, the counters wiped down, also broke down a bunch of boxes for recycling. Got to 51% in the Tempest Blade. Excellent. Hello to Bree. Hello to Lily. Theory to Stop. Yeah, that's my favorite. Got some reading in after doing the dishes. Reading Artificial Condition, the second in the Murderbot series. Ooh. I should have put the Murderbot series on my 6 and 26. I should have done that. Because that is a series that I've been wanting to. Speaking of series that I've been wanting to finish, because I think the Murderbot books aren't those like pretty short. There's another series that is pretty short that I've been wanting to finish. I started it, I think February of last year. I think I started it. I think it was February. I can't remember. Sometime last year I started it and never finished it. It's the Mindfuck series, which I also just found out today. I think it's getting adapted. I don't know if it's going to be a movie or a TV show, but I'm pretty sure I saw something in my like swiping of like when I get like notifications off my screen. I always have like a million notifications between like YouTube, Twitter, Discord, like TikTok. Like I have so many notifications every time I pick up my phone. A lot of times I don't even look at them. I'm just like swipe, like get off my screen, get off my screen. But I'm pretty sure as I was doing that earlier today, I think I saw a notification saying that the Mindfuck series was getting some type of adaptation. Let's see. Artificial Condition. Nice. Did finish The Liar I'm Married. It was middle of the road, 2.5 stars. Ooh, it's a thriller. Okay, you'll have to keep us posted on whether or not it's good. If it's good, I may have to add it to my TBR. Ate breakfast, okay. Coffee took 45 minutes, so I read for maybe just 10 minutes in that sprint. Have work today and have to leave in an hour. Sounds like you're having a good morning, though, so far, Sounds like things are moving smooth. Got your coffee, got your breakfast, Sounds like a good way to start the day. Really liking it. It's cosmic horror / body horror. Well, I don't think I've ever read anything that's cosmic horror. Body horror, yes, but cosmic horror, I don't think that I've read anything like that. Finished One Perfect Couple by Ruth Ware. Had so much fun with it. Gave it 3 stars. Nice. Let's see. Take that off the list because I do remember you were reading that. Excellent. For my horror book club, Girls and They, in the Girls and They's only book club. Okay, nice. Hello to Lily. It's the third. Oh, okay. It's the third book. Okay. I thought that title sounded familiar, but I wasn't sure. Finished Murder by Cheesecake. Oh, I forgot the by. I was like, why does it just say Murder Cheesecake? Like, if that can't be the title. Murder by Cheesecake. Okay. Cupid maybe 3.5 stars. And lost the audio. Oh no, for Faded Sun, but hopes to get it back soon. Dang. Well, at least, Murder by Cheesecake wasn't bad. Me too, so many notifications. Yeah. I'm just like, it's too much. And it's like, I don't want to turn off the notifications because sometimes it's like useful information, like knowing the fact that the My Fuck series is getting an adaptation. Like, that wasn't an unwelcomed notification, but it just be so much stuff. I'm just like, I can't read all of this. If I actually read every notification that I got, I'd never do anything else. Like, I'd just be sitting looking at my phone for the entire day because it's just so much stuff that comes in. Murderbot is on my sixth. Oh, nice. Most of them are novella. It's around 150 pages. Yeah. I think one of the reasons why I haven't finished the Mindfuck series or Murderbot is because I've kind of like low key been holding on to those books in the event that I participate in a readathon where you have like, like chaos weekend, face off weekend, like emergency curfew, like those type of things that happen in readathons where it's like, read as many books as you can in like 24 hours or whatever. I'll like try to hold on to those so that I can like run through them. And that's the reason why I haven't read them yet, because I'm waiting for an opportunity to like use them in a readathon. But also I don't know how many readathons I'm going to be participating in this year, just because I know that I'm already not reading a lot. So it's like, if I'm interested in a readathon, that might not be a good idea. Hoping to start the Mindfuck series soon. Have the first one on my KU. Nice. Yeah, I think I read either the first two or the first three. I can't remember how far I got. I'll probably have to just start over, honestly, because I don't really remember what happened. I remember like bits and pieces, but like not enough to just jump into like where I left off. Tempest Blade is the last book in the Bridge Kingdom series. It's one of my 6 and 26, and Murderbot is on my list too. I think I'm on the 7th book. Nice. Excellent. Have you read? I have not. If it were horror, it would be called Cosmic Horror. Okay. I have not read this. I've considered adding it to my TBR, but I feel like I don't know enough about it. I've kind of like heard about it in passing, right? And the people that I know that have read it liked it, but I feel like I don't know enough about it. I don't fully understand like what the story is about to like be confident enough to add it to my TBR, if that makes sense. Exactly the good thing. 6 hours on a shift. At work, no phone. Oh my gosh. So when I get off, it's so many. Yeah. I can only imagine. If I went 6 hours without like looking at my phone and I came back to it, I would just have to throw the whole phone away because it would just be too many notifications. I'm like, no, not dealing with it. All right. I think for this next sprint, I know for this next sprint, I'm going to go make dinner. So I'm very excited to eat. I'm very hungry. So yeah, I'm gonna make dinner. I need to go get my headphones so I can listen to more of this audiobook. I have about 2 hours left, so see how much I can get through on 2 times speed between now and when we come back. Oh, wait, I need to reset the timer. Let's see. There we go. All right. I've also been saving Readathon, also Wayward Children series. Yeah, I've just been keeping them in my back pocket as like when that opportunity presents itself, I'm just like, whoop-ah, like I'm ready. And in the meantime, I just still have not read these books that I want to read. I'm just like, should I just read them? Like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the year goes. But all right, folks, I will see you all back here in an hour. Happy reading or doing whatever it is you're going to be doing during this next hour. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did that sprint go for everyone? What did you guys end up getting up to during that last sprint? I made dinner, ate dinner. What else did I do? I listened to 5% or around 5%, something like that, of this book. So I now have an hour and a half left. So 2 times speed, what is that, 45 minutes? So again, could potentially finish this tonight. I don't know. We'll see. Did I do anything else? Oh, I popped over to Cat Sprints. She's on her last sprint right now, so I popped over there for a bit. And I think that's all I did during that sprint. I think the next sprint I'm gonna try to like clean up, like put the dishes away and stuff like that, put like my paint supplies and stuff away, pick out my clothes for tomorrow, for work. Trying to think, is there anything else that like I need to get done? Probably. I just can't remember. So I'll try to get those things done and we'll see what else I remember I need to do along the way. But how did everyone else do? How did that sprint go for you guys? Let's see, where did we leave off? I think here. Hello, Vanessa. How are you? How was your trip? Tell us all about it. Hello, Chantel. How are you? Are you sprinting right now? I was trying to see. I thought that maybe Paula was sprinting, but I didn't see anything. Are you sprinting? Hello to Chantel and Vanessa. Husband got raspberry beret stuck in my. Oh my gosh. Oh, not Barrett, beret. Why did I say Barrett? Raspberry beret stuck in my head. It's literally the only Prince song I don't like. That's hilarious. I feel like now Prince doesn't deserve this, right? It's not his fault. But now when I think of Prince, I think of Stranger Things because I just think about that moment where Purple Rain starts playing and I just was like, why is this song playing right now? Favorite Prince song is When I Die For You. Nice. Hello, Jamie. How are you? Welcome in. What are you up to tonight? 60% into the Bandit Queens. The audio is really good. I heard good things. I'm trying to remember. I want to think that Nicole picked that book as one of her host favorites for some readathon. I don't remember which readathon. It might have been for the first Mystic readathon. I know. I can't remember which readathon it was. But she had picked that book. I'm pretty sure it was her as her host favorite. And so a bunch of people were reading it and really liked it. There might have even been like a buddy read or a read along or something that was also happening at the same time. But I've heard good things about this book. Hello to Jamie. An hour into this video. Nice. Good. Good progress. Read a few chapters of Falling in the Sea of Stars. Listen to another chapter of Slayers. Nice. Got to 20% in The Secret Sharers. I do not know how to say this name. A literary mystery novel translated from Chinese. Ooh, how is it so far? Also, let's update that that's what you are reading. Let's see. Did you finish Hamlet Revenge and I Will Live? Okay, The Secret Sharers. Excellent. Jamie also made it a dinner while listening to the audiobook. The Friday Afternoon Club made it to 37%. Oh, interesting. Is that at all related to? Isn't there? Oh wait, no, I'm getting that mixed up with the Thursday Murder Club. Never mind. Ignore me. Let's add that to the list of another book that you are also reading. So does that mean that you put down Artificial Condition? The Friday Afternoon Club. There we go. Got to 56%, ate dinner, did a little cleaning. Nice. Oh, okay. So it's Paula. I was gonna say, I feel like anytime this book becomes like popular, like a lot of people are reading it, it's usually because it's either a read along or a buddy read or something happening for it, like book club pick, whatever, or it's somebody's host favorite. But I want to think it was Nicole's host favorite. I just can't remember which readathon it was for. It might have been for Get a Clue. It might have been for Mystic. I don't know. It probably was one of those two. I just can't remember. Oh, it's a memoir. Okay. Didn't finish either of the books I was reading last time. I'll get back to them eventually. Fair enough. All right, that was a short little break, which is honestly not a bad thing because I was trying to decide if I wanted to do two more shorter sprints or if I wanted to do just like one regular length sprint. So I think looking at the time, I'm like trying to do math. I think we have time to do a 45 and then maybe a 30. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, Tennille wants to do just one regular long sprint. I'm fine with that too. We can do 1 hour long sprint and that'll be the end, or we can do a 45 and a 30. So if you guys have a preference, let me know. While you guys are doing that, I will draw one of our little sticks and see what we get for our truth or dare. Let's see, which one is the dare side? I like to do the dare side first. Buy or pick some fresh flowers. I feel like we might have read this one before, but honestly, I feel like sometimes it's good to revisit some of this stuff. It says, buy or pick some fresh flowers for yourself and place them somewhere where you'll see them every morning. Yeah, because I feel like we read this and there was someone, it might have been Brie, I can't remember. It was somebody who said that they had like done that. Like they had some flowers that they had like just recently like put in a vase or something. And then the truth says, do you find meaning and enjoyment in your work? Why or why not? I think I definitely do. Definitely meaning for sure. I say that and I'm like, but it's not because the work isn't meaningful. It's because I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. Like you can only do but so much, right? So it's like I know that the work that I do is meaningful, but I am not like at the top of the totem pole. Oh, I have paint on my arms. I was like, what the heck is that? I have paint on my arms. I am not at the top of the totem pole, right? So I can do all this great work, but eventually I have to pass it off to like, leadership, and then they have to actually take action on it. I'm not the one that takes action. I'm the one that like finds everything and lets them know, hey, this is what's going on. But they're the ones that have the authority to actually do something about it, if that makes sense. So it's definitely there's definitely meaning in the kind of work that I do. But once I hand it off, it's kind of like out of my control to like enact change, if that makes sense. So that's why I was kind of like, but no, it's definitely meaningful. And I definitely enjoy it. I would say that out of all the jobs that I've ever had in my life, even ones that had nothing to do with my career, like the very first job that I ever had, this is random, but the very first job that I ever had, like my very first like W-2 style job, not something where like you're volunteering somewhere as like a teenager and getting paid under the table or whatever because you're not old enough to work kind of thing. Like my first like real job, I was one of Santa's helpers in the mall. So I was like the one that like helped the kids like sit with Santa. Although I prefer out of all the different like jobs that the Santa's helpers people have to do, like working the cash register was actually my favorite thing to do. I honestly didn't like working with the kids. The kids were always afraid of Santa. They either were afraid of him and they didn't want to go over there, or they when they would get over there, they would be like touching all over his face and like pulling on his beard and stuff like that, like tugging on his clothes, making him look like he just got jumped. So yeah, I preferred working for at the cash register. But anyway, out of all the jobs that I've had, from working as Santa's helper, to now, the job that I have now is probably my favorite job. It's the job that I'm probably like the most happy at in terms of what I do. And I don't know, I just feel like I have a good team. I work for a good company. Like obviously there are things that could be better, right? Everything that's good could always be better. But I think overall, like I have no idea. Okay, we're back. I don't know what that was. I don't know why that just happened. I don't know if the camera only went out for me or if it also went out for y'all, but it's back for me. So hopefully it's also back for y'all by now. But yeah, I would definitely say that I find meaning and enjoyment in the work that I do. It's fun work. Sometimes it's tedious, but for the most part, it's fun. And there's a lot of usefulness that comes out of it if it's used the right way and not ignored, Doesn't really matter. I'm an hour or more ahead of you, so it's later here. Oh yeah, that tracks. That tracks. Jamie said either is fine. Glenda said either is fine. Okay. Maybe we'll just do 1 hour. We'll just do one more hour long sprint. That works. Meaning or maybe purpose. Yeah, I mean, either way, my answer would stay the same. That I definitely find like purpose in the kind of work that I do. I think that the kind of I was just talking about this. I've actually talked about this a couple times this week. Just the idea, if anybody's familiar with like the stuff that's going on in Minnesota and all that jazz, I was like, this is the reason why I'll always have a job. Like conceptually, like not anybody could get laid off or whatever unexpectedly, stuff like that. But in terms of like the work that's out there that exists, like I'm not in a field or an industry where like one day we may become obsolete kind of thing. It's like there will always be people doing really horrible things. And so I'll always have a job. Read a couple of pages, packed somewhat for my trip tomorrow. Ooh, to St. Louis for a book event. Ooh, nice. Then gave my friend a cleaning list because his apartment is filthy. Nice. Yep. Yeah, that was my very first job. I was a freshman in college. Then that was my first job over winter break. And it was interesting. It was fun-ish. It was kind of fun. I think also because it was my first job, I wasn't used to the concept of having to like stand for 8 hours because I wasn't working. Like the kind of job that I had done before that, I worked at like a assisted living facility, but it was an assisted living facility that my mother owned. So I did like, little things here and there, but like I wasn't like working 8 hours a day. I was in high school, whatever. So I wasn't working like full shifts. So when I got to this job, my feet, I remember the very first day on the job, I came home and I had like shin splints. Like my feet were hurting, my shins were hurting. I was like, oh my gosh, how do people stand for 8 hours? Like, is this what I have to look forward to? Is this what it's like to become like a working adult? Like, I don't want to do this. That's so funny. I like forgot about that until just now. That was definitely a funny memory thinking back on that. That was rough. But no, some of the kids were really cute. Some of the kids were really bad. But I think it was honestly, I feel worse for the parents because like once the kids took their picture, like they left, right? But like they're still with their parents. Like their parents still have to deal with them. They like go away like crying, screaming, hollering. I'm just like, oh no, you poor thing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that your parents had to torture you for a photo. Perfect. Okay, it was frozen. Okay. So for me, the whole screen just went black and I was like, all right, great. Yeah, safe traveling. Definitely have fun. A little book event sounds like a good time. Sent him with supplies, including a Swiffer, because I don't believe he has a mom. I love this. This is so funny. Oh man. All right, let's get ready to dive into our final sprint for the evening. We'll do a regular hour-long sprint for this last one. Gotta get the timer pulled up. Oop, that's not what I meant to click on. There we go. Okay. All right, let's move this back up. See if I can finish this book in the next hour. That'll be my goal. That's my goal for this next sprint is to finish this book. We'll see if I can actually do it. But all right, folks, I'll see y'all back here in an hour. Happy reading or doing whatever it is you're going to be doing for the next hour. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did that last sprint go for everyone? What did you guys end up doing for that last hour? I finished my book, which thank goodness. I'm so glad. I really did not want to have to carry like 20 minutes or something like into tomorrow. I really wanted to finish it tonight, so I'm glad that I did. And I actually finished it a lot sooner than I thought I was going to finish it. I didn't realize that there were like bonus chapters that were at the end of this book. So I probably finished the book maybe like 15 minutes into the sprint. And then the rest of like the 45 minutes, or not even the whole 45 minutes, I would say probably the rest of like maybe the 30 minutes was just like the acknowledgments and the bonus chapters. And the bonus chapters didn't really tell you anything that was that important. Like it didn't really have any impact, any impact on like the story and the way that it ended. It just kind of gave you a different person's perspective on the situation. Because there's a person that like leaves for an extended period of time and you don't know what that person is doing while they're gone. So the bonus chapters give you like some insight into what they were doing. But like because you already know how the story ends, it kind of doesn't really matter what they were doing, you know what I mean? So I could have not read that and been fine, but I went ahead and finished listening to that. So yeah, I think I'm gonna give this. I think I can give this a solid 4 stars. It's not what I thought it was gonna be. I don't know. Maybe my expectations were too high. I don't know. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't what I thought it was based on like the hype that it has gotten. Maybe that's the best way to phrase it. It's funny though because a lot of people compared this book to what is it called? To like Taylor Jenkins Reid's, writing like Evelyn Hugo and Daisy Jones and stuff like that. And I just thought it was I didn't realize that like sometimes you compare something to something like based on vibes or whatever like that. But like in her acknowledgments, she actually like calls out TJR, like not calls her out, but like she acknowledges her and being like she I guess attended some kind of like webinar or some kind of conference or something where TJR like spoke. And she was like, if I hadn't, gone to this thing, like I would have never been able to write this book, blah, 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 blah. So the author acknowledges that this book is very much inspired by TJR's writing. So I thought that was cool that she like acknowledged it and wasn't just like a copycat or whatever type of thing. But yeah, I would say it's a solid 4-star. I'm trying to think, would I read more books by this author? I don't know. I think what this book lacked for me was I don't know, I was waiting for something to happen that was going to surprise me. And I felt like this book was fairly predictable. And the things that were supposed to be like those shocking moments weren't really shocking. It was just like, oh, okay. Like that was how I was reacting to a lot of stuff. I'm like, I feel like I'm supposed to be like, but really I'm just like, huh. So I don't know. I don't know how you fix that, but yeah, I don't know if I would read more by this author or not. It would have to be something that comes like very highly recommended, like this one did, in order for me to even give it like a shot. But it wasn't bad. Wasn't bad. But now I can start No Exit. We'll see how I feel in the morning. I might start that tomorrow morning when I'm on the train on my way to work. But no promises. I have to get it done before I think the 30th is when we're supposed to meet to talk about this book. So I have until the 30th to get this one knocked out. So maybe I'll start tomorrow. We'll see. Hello, Kat. Glad I caught the last sprint. Not reading, but working on content instead. However, I'm still reading The Wastelands by Stephen King. Excellent. Hello to Kat. Made it to page 398 of Falling in the Sea of Stars. 27% of Slayers. Excellent. Good progress. Hello to Jamie. Still working on editing. Got to page 115 in Empire of the Dawn. I take longer on Christoph books because I annotate. I mean, those books, like I only read like the first maybe 20% of Empire the Vampire, and it was already just like too dense for me. I was like, nope. So I can only imagine reading something like that and annotating it. Yeah, it might take a while. I've been watching some BookTube. Nice. 71% into the Bandit Queens. Hope the ending lands the way I want it to. Ooh. Hello to Kat. Hello, Aaliyah. How are you? Back from another slump. Started Assassin's Apprentice by Robin Hobb. Got 8 pages in. I'm actually interested after trying 5 different books. Ooh, well, at least you found something that is working. So hopefully you make it through this one and it ends up being good and highly rated. But welcome back from your slump. Made some progress in my audiobook at 40%. Nice. Hello to Mel. Finished 30 pages in my book and did some exercise. Nice. Yeah. I don't know if I think I've talked about the fact that I started going back to the gym. I think I've talked about this on Sprints already. So I physically go to the gym on Mondays and Fridays, and then I do a virtual workout on Wednesday mornings. So it's tough. It's tough either way because I feel like on Mondays and Fridays, those are not ideal days to work out just because like Monday is the first day back to work. So it being the first day, like the start of the week, like they have to go to the gym after work, it's like, ugh. And then like Fridays, it's like Fridays is the end of the week. You want to be able to just like chill or whatever. And it's like, you got to go to the gym on a Friday night, you know? And then Wednesday mornings are rough just because it's the morning. My workout starts at 8:15. So just waking up that early to do something that I absolutely don't want to do. Ugh. So I feel you on the exercise. But I've been trying to push myself through it. I gotta push myself as much as I don't want to do it. I got to. I just keep telling myself that like summer 26 is gonna be my summer. It's gonna be my summer. Gotta stick with it. Love No Exit. It's the one by Taylor Adams. That's exactly the one. So I'll probably start that in the morning. We'll see. I'm hoping that I'll be awake enough to start this tomorrow morning and that I don't fall asleep on the train and then end up not listening to it. I want to read No Exit. Kat actually recommended it. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's the book. So the book club that I'm in, it's a book club with like some of my sorority sisters and then like some of their friends and stuff. And each month a different person chooses like what, or not chooses the book, but we choose like the options. And then we have them vote. You know, we have everybody vote, and then whatever obviously gets the highest. So is what we end up reading for the month. So January was the month that I had. So the options that I gave them were the favorites, No Exits, and Winter People. And No Exit was the one that ended up winning. But I wanted to read the favorites, which is why I just finished the favorites. That was something that I was going to read, like whether it got selected or not. That was already on my TBR for January. So yeah, No Exit is what ended up winning the poll. So that is what we have to read. So I hope it's good. I say we have to read as if it wasn't my option. Like if I'm the one that put it up as an option. Time for bed. You're welcome. Thanks so much for being here, Tanil. Have a wonderful night. Here for the religious drama because me too. Oh my gosh. You're welcome. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thanks so much for being here. Got some more cleaning done. Got to 60%. Nice. Excellent. Meant to ask you now that Stranger Things is over. What's the next show? I don't know. Here's the problem. The problem is that Stranger Things was the only like show that I was watching. Like since like November, that's the only real show that I've been watching. Because when I have time to like watch something, I'm usually watching The Unsleeping City, like Dimension 20's season 2 of The Unsleeping City. That's what I've been like just watching every time I get a chance to watch something. I do have some shows that I need to catch up on. Like I'm like 3 seasons behind on Emily in Paris. I'm trying to think what else. The new miniseries that we were talking about earlier, that's the adaptation of that Alice Feeney book, which I need to read so that I can watch the adaptation. I want to watch that. I'm trying to think what else. I definitely want to at some point. I want to in 2026. I don't know when. Maybe it'll be soon. Maybe it won't be for another 6 months. I don't know. But I want to watch Dawson's Creek. That's one that I want to get through. I'm trying to think what other shows. I don't know. I may have to like look through some stuff. I also need to catch up on Yellow Jackets. I am like several seasons behind on that too. So that's another one that I need to catch up on. I think the new season of what is that show called? Teen Spirit, School Spirit, something like that. The one with Peyton List. I think the new season of that comes out sometime this month. So I'll probably watch that when it drops. I think it might come out like next week or the week after. I can't remember exactly when it's supposed to drop, but I'm pretty sure it's sometime in January. So I'll definitely be watching that when that comes out because that I actually am caught up on. I'm trying to think what else, what other shows. I don't know. I might have to go through like the different streaming apps that I have and see like what's out there because I'm sure there are shows that I'm forgetting. You know what I mean? So I need to go through and like put together like an actual list and figure it out. But yeah, I'm very sad that Stranger Things is over. I hear good things about it. I've had it on my shelf for years. And I don't know. I don't know why I keep putting it off. For some reason, I just never make it a priority. So I was trying to make it a priority this month by putting it as one of like the book club, options for them to vote on. And it came in dead last. And I was like, oh, I guess it wasn't meant for me to read it this year. I've been meaning to learn the traditional sequences of Tai Chi, and the characters in my book were joining a Tai Chi corner in a park, so they influenced me to pull up a Tai Chi video and do some. Nice, very cool. Read No Exit for a book club years ago. It's fast-paced and intense. Winter People is great as well. If you enjoy No Exit, I also recommend. Oh yeah, I've heard good things about The Last Word. Yeah, that is on my TBR. Interestingly enough, I obviously don't have the control over what the options are for next month, but I think one of them is it's like a bunch of thrillers. I forget what the third book is. The third book I think is something I never heard of, but one of them is, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry guys, my bad. Oh my gosh, help! Why is it not open? I want to zoom out. Oh my gosh, sorry about that. What was I talking about before that just happened? The book club, the picks for next month. One of them is what is it? I've lost it now. That's Not My Name. I forget who the author of that is, but I've had that on my TBR for a while. I think Katie was the one that told me about that book, that said it was really good. And then Look Closer by David Ellis. I don't know if anybody's read that one, but I've also heard good things about that. So I'm probably going to vote for one of those two. I'm just not sure which one yet. But I'm looking forward. I'm hoping that one of those two wins, because that's what I would be interested in reading next month. If the third one wins, I might have to skip next month book club. I haven't started Yellow Jackets. Yeah, the first like first or second episode of Yellow Jackets is just insane. Like I knew. So there's a scene in one of the first episodes where there's like a plane crash, and the way that scene was like shot, like I don't know who directed it or whatever, but like wow, just wow. And from that moment I was like hooked. I was like, oh, this is a show. And then it's so weird and like mysterious, and I need to get back to it because I need to know what the heck is going on. I might have to go back and rewatch a couple of episodes because I don't even remember where I left off. I think I left off like somewhere in the middle of like season 2 or something. So I need to get back on that. But Yellow Jackets, from the episodes that I did see, like the whole first season was good, and the beginning of season 2 was good. But that's as far as I've gotten. So definitely need to get back on that. All right, we have reached the end of the comments. I am going to head off to bed. If you guys are looking for more sprints, I believe that Atia is sprinting. I think. Don't quote me on that, but I saw a notification that said something about her sprinting. I think the notification that I saw was from tonight. Hopefully that wasn't from a different day, because you know how YouTube is. You're welcome. You're welcome. Have a wonderful night, friends. You're welcome. Thanks so much for being here. You're welcome. Have a wonderful night. You're welcome. Yes, I'll see you guys back here, same time, same place, Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern for more Wind Down Wednesday. You're welcome. You're welcome. So yeah, if you guys looking for more sprints, I think Ati is sprinting. If anybody has the link, feel free to drop it if you're able to. Or if anybody else you know is sprinting, again, feel free to drop the link if you're able to. Yes, have a good week to everyone, a good rest of your week and into the weekend. And I'll see everyone next Wednesday. Bye.